Alright, what was I doing? I think it was like the end of the day. Yeah. Go back to the end, immediately do story.
Ah, that was delicious. Those were some seriously fresh vegetables, too.
Yeah, nothing beats food made from local ingredients.
I quite enjoyed the rye bread myself.
I suppose this whole field study thing isn't so bad when you take the menu into account. I wonder what the others in Group B are doing right now.
Somehow, I doubt they're sitting around a table and talking like we are.
That would certainly be a shock if they were. I can't help but question what exactly Class 7's purpose is, though. Instructor Sarah says it's about Arcus, but I don't think that's the only reason we've been brought together.
I'm certain it's not. If that were all, today's field study tasks would serve little purpose.
It seems as though she's trying to make us experience, I don't know, things. Like all kinds of things, big and small. What I can't wrap my head around, though, is why.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to put everything in its place, why don't you just go with the flow for a change? It seems like you're desperately trying to find something. But if you don't plant yourself somewhere, you're just gonna blow away with the next big gust that comes along.
What do we have to offer one another, when our reasons for enrolling at Thor's in the first place are undoubtedly very different?
Our reasons?
I hadn't considered that.
My reason for enrolling was quite simple. I aim to come ever closer to my goal. Or, rather, to the person whom I regard as such.
Who's that?
This is neither the time nor the place to discuss such matters. Best to save that topic for another day. What about you, Elisa? Why did you enroll at the Academy?
There's no one single reason, but I think I just wanted to assert my independence. I mean, my situation back at home isn't exactly ideal, and this seemed like a good way to get out and do more, I guess.
Well,
I see.
It sounds like I'm probably in the minority then. See, I wasn't intending on coming here at all originally. I wanted to do something completely different.
You did?
Oh yeah, you said you were really hoping you'd get into a music academy, right?
Oh?
Well, I wasn't that serious about it or anything. What about you, Reen? You're the last holdout, and since you're the one who brought it up, it's only fair you answer the question too.
Me?
He doesn't know.
I wanted to find myself, I guess.
Find yourself?
Huh?
Sorry. That makes it sound like a much bigger deal than it actually is. That's the best way I can think of to put it, though.
Nothing wrong with that. Going on a journey of self-discovery? It's actually a pretty cool answer.
Yeah, I had no idea you were such a romanticist. You sure don't come across as one.
I shouldn't have said anything.
But we're not actually going to sleep yet, are we? Not until we write our reports for the day.
I want to shut off my brain so badly right now, but it doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon.
She seems to have forgotten all about the room situation, and I'm not about to remind her.
Reen?
What is it?
I was unsure whether to ask or not, but I've decided that this question bears answering. Why have you chosen to hold back?
What?
Your sword style and technique. It is the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade school, is it not? Popularized by the sword hermit, Yun Ka-Fai, it combines the best
Yun
elements of
Ka-Fai.
other Eastern sword styles. Those who master any of its forms are referred to as a divine blade, and are said to understand the true nature of all things.
You certainly know an awful lot about it. I didn't think it was particularly renowned here in the Empire.
We of the Arcade School consider the studying of other swordsmanship styles to be an essential part of our training. In addition, my father once told me, if you follow the path of the sword, it is only a matter of time before you encounter a follower of the 8 Leaves.
Your father said that? It's an honor to be acknowledged by the Radiant Blade Master himself. I'm nothing special, though. I'm just a dropout who's never even been able to progress past beginner level. I did train under Master Ka-Fai for a while. But I started to feel like I couldn't go any further with my abilities, and he cut my training short.
What?
So I'm really not holding back. Honest. I actually kind of feel like I'm dirtying the good name of the 8 Leaf School, in fact. But this is my limit. I'm sorry I can't quite live up to your expectations. Laura?
You have no reason to apologize to me. This is a matter you must come to terms with on your own. Though I'll admit to some disappointment, I was hoping you'd prove to be a good sparring partner. I'm going to practice outside for a bit. Please go and finish your report with Elisa and Elliot.
Good job, Reen. Good job, dude.
There's a lot he doesn't want to talk about, huh? I can see in his eyes sometimes that he's bottling something up and trying really hard to keep anyone else from noticing.
You've noticed it too? You sure have taken quite an interest in him.
I was just trying to work out the best time to apologize, that's all. It's not like I've been consciously paying attention to him or anything, honestly.
Reen's not the only one bottling up his feelings, though, is he? You've been doing the same thing.
Yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Wow, thanks.
Drinks are on me someday.
Cool. Give me those quests. Lost wallet. And monster. Zwardar. Yo, what's up, Richter? Whoa. A question. Big trouble. Big trouble. Something terrible happened. Not a robbery. Oh no. Like how they they didn't offer to help at all. They're like, oh, not our problem? Okay. Sure. I mean, he's at the ceramics, so I gotta go this way anyway. Oh, now people are fighting. Oh, it's the same two guys. Let's go! Woo! Talk to the angry dudes. If we weren't to be trusted. No, just let them fight. Took all my goods too. Can't be held responsible for my action. Oh, here they go again. Dude's choking the other dude. Explanation.
First is looking now, taking everything, looking at each other, winking and spiking away.
Jeepers. Yo, thanks for the resub and a wheel spin. Hitting all the buttons today. Starting off Monday with all the buttons being hit. Let's do Streamlabs, get out of here. Let's do the wheel spin. Darn. Darn. Big loss. in between, right in between two people too. A head and shake, because Twitch will yell at you until you either tell it not to or until you do the thing. But thanks for the resub, the prime sub, much appreciated, dude. Rigged, it is rigged. It's very rigged. I know this year has been insane. Insanely fast. It's kind of crazy. Think I'm gonna finish like all 4 Cold Steel games by the end of this year? Doubt it. Not the way I've been going. Be going back and highlighting the week of J stuff because it's expired. It's disappearing soon because it's already been 2 months since I did that thing. Have as many games I need to play from wins. Yeah, I know if I did it the way Walter does it, but here's the difference between me and Walter is that I play games way faster than he does. As far as games go from the wheel thing, I only have one. There's people that have games that they need to pick, but there's like 3 people that haven't picked a game yet, so. Sales tax increase. Guilty your addiction is over? Oh man. Ever been tempted to play it? Oh man. Probably gonna be a whole bunch of new people checking the game out now too. Money's worth out of it. That's all that matters. As long as you feel that you got your money's worth and you had fun. How it rolls. Let's say it was a success. Finally sold DQ8. Nice. 9 p.m. Added by DQ8 PS2 and maybe Tales of Abyss. Yeah, that would probably be a good time to get Tales of Abyss before it goes up in price. Music's bumping. Lizzie. You look an awful lot like this Louise girl who came to the end. Swedish versions, yeah. Kind of the same way. A lot of it, yeah. Alright, Lost Wallet started. Sick. Maybe +3 strength. Okay. This morning, a young lady came along in a panic. It's the Weathercock right down the street. You can't miss it. Annabelle. You just left, huh? Rest area in the Grand Market? Wow. We went in a complete circle. Sick. She's not here anymore. Back to the church. You sell things. Bam, bam. Hey. Scared her. Half of what's currently in there? Yeah, give me that. Oh. Can I have half the money instead? Oh. Here you go. Come in. I'm gonna buy this. Can I upgrade it? I could not. That's fine. $200. You guys are butts. I need 70. 40. Here. Alright. 3 speed, 5% evasion. That's whatever. For now, sure. Heck. Yield. Information. Well, that's one quest down. Next quest is to go to the highway and kill a monster. Alright, Elliot, you're almost leveled up. Oh. Okay. I can't leave the town until I do this, huh? Sure. Feels like Grand Market. Inappropriate behavior. Inappropriate this. I appreciate it if you could answer some questions. I don't want to answer any questions. I don't know why I said I don't. I'm not the one answering questions. He's the one answering questions. I'm the one asking the questions. Not exactly ace detectives. Wow, dude. Not wrong. Culpability. General principle. I'm begging you, please get my goods back, whatever it takes. Okay. Hold on, give me a quick second. Real quick. All right. Other merchant time. But maybe I can leave this time. Bam. No place to sell it. Alright, dude, calm down. At least this guy is less judgmental of the fact that it's 4 high school kids. Didn't come back till this morning. Nuts, cheese, bacon. I don't think cheese has a very long shelf life, but I guess it depends on the kind of cheese. Still. Wow. 2 shining votes of confidence there. You missed Lloyd. Yo, I figured out who Reen reminds me of. At least voice-wise. It was bugging me last week why Reen's voice sounded familiar. And I pinpointed it today. This is the only one that kind of makes sense. None of these are suspicious. This guy's, it's just Otto. These guys really wanted to arrest him. Oh, did you guys see the Atlas news today? I mean, it's not really news. But they did once again say that let me see if I can find it. Project Re Fantasy is still being worked on, but is progressing little by little, was their exact words. Where is it? There it is. Project Reef Fantasy progressing little by little, surprises and big unannounced projects in development, and more. A bunch of stuff about Persona 25th anniversary. It's just saying that they have surprises. They did say we're continuing to put our efforts into Vanillaware titles and other Atlas intellectual properties. They are working on a variety of titles, both announced and unannounced, and hope to release them as soon as possible. Also hope to bring some surprises in the future. There are currently 5 or 6 development lines in effect, or about 10 when you include Vanillaware and other external companies. The big one though, the big one, the real big one, we hope to be able to share more news on Etrian Odyssey to everyone as soon as possible. So the E-Train is not dead. Unless their news about Etrian Odyssey is that it's dead. The guardhouse? Okay. Can I leave the town yet? Eat my shorts, Reen. Bam, bam. This makes me nervous. Elliot, you don't have to talk. Ah, nice mustache, man. Wow, Laura. Man, weekends. I enjoy weekends, but man, I forgot everything that I was doing in this game over the weekend. I'm remembering things now, but Jesus. Something about the weekends. My brain just shut off. Erg. This is nuts. Just in here throwing shit around my room. Wow, Elliot got him. Are you telling me that there's potentially a corrupt guard militia in a small town in a Trails of game? Perish them. I get the accessories, but was the food? They were just like, we want bacon and cheese. Was Phantom Thief B. I can leave the town now. Maybe, maybe not. Green, let me leave. You actually like Elliot? Kind of a normal kid who haven't ended up in a class full of wizards. Yeah, but at least he's, you know. I don't know where I was going with that. That was what my brain did. I didn't like Elliot. My initial impression of Elliot was like, get this nerd away from me. And then Eustace and Machias became a thing, and I went, you know what? Give me Elliot over them any day of the week. Elliot, you're fine. You're cool. Welcome back. Oh no. What happened to Bass? Oh no. Oh no. Just give up on Discord Wars, Bass. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The annual Discord Wars, aka Pi tricks his community into doing all the dumbs that Pi does. $15 getting out. Spent 4. He's only on Owl. He's not even on Christopher Robin. Oh no. Oh no. He's gonna be on Christopher Robin for like 10 hours. Discord Wars seems like it's a fun time though. No, I know a lot of people were doing Donkey Kong Country 2 yesterday. We're gonna talk to the drunk guy on the side of the road, huh? Yeah, I'm sure he saw something. Already completely blitzed. Park Ranger. Because he was drinking on the job. So somebody understands now buy me a drink. Yeah. Give me that Harvest Moon music. It's so Harvest Moon music. Not anymore though.
We should take a right here to reach the nature park.
Laura, I know where I'm going.
Right. Let's go.
I gotta remember how to
Now's our chance.
play the game.
Here we go.
Blam, 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 blam.
There.
Right.
I'm already pressing the wrong buttons.
Let's go.
My turn. Focus activate.
Of course.
Sure. Wow. They're all dead. I win.
Is everybody okay? All right.
Alright. Alright.
Watch out. This is
And
a
the
tough
radius on their hitboxes.
I can do this.
You're weak to fire, huh?
Let's go.
That's a shame.
one. Here we go. All right, let's do.
And Earth.
Focus activate.
Ha!
Right. Shatter.
That's gonna hurt.
Right.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Go. There. Now's our chance.
An opening.
My turn. Focus activate.
Thanks.
Of course.
Bam, bam, bam.
Shatter.
My turn. There. Now's our chance.
An opening.
Right.
Oh, this thing is dead.
Focus activate.
This thing is big dead.
Huh? That takes care of them.
Because you roughly. Yeah, that's nice.
Nicely done.
Not bad.
I did it. Who do I talk to get my reward for that? Otto. Wait, what did the quest say? Did they make a pun about its name? Oh, no, they were talking about its name. Wardar, more like, wait, its name is serious. It's Wardar. But yeah, Reen's voice, as I was saying earlier. Sometimes when he talks, I hear Tim Rogers. Every once in a while. Sure. I gives me more evasion. Cool. Back to 15%. Just like I was before I bought the weapon. Excuse me, I'm gonna go sleep in this room full of beds. Oh man. Today is one of those days where I feel like I got hit by a truck. Ugh. Wrong road. I'm glad I found the cheese.
The advantage is ours.
So glad that I found the cheese. Boom, 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 boom.
There!
I can do this. Go!
I'll take you up. Right. Ta! You still have a lot of training to do.
Meow. I saw an opening, I had to take it.
Go! There! Now's our chance!
An opening.
These things
I
are
can do this.
womboed.
Now!
I'll take you up. That was perfect, Elisa.
Let's keep it up.
You better not leave Elliot hanging. Bam, 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 bam. Whose house is this? Hello? Oh. Paul. All right. Thanks. I already missed chapter 1. Doomed. Hey, the guys are going.
Doesn't seem like anybody's here. I wonder what happened to those bossy guys who were here before. If they really are the culprits, maybe they've run away already?
This woodland is too dense to reliably intuit whether anyone awaits within.
Yeah.
What's this?
What is this? Wow. What a
It's-
mansion.
A bracelet?
How did a bracelet come to be in a place such as this?
Just as I thought. This bracelet has the same design on it as the ones that the merchant from the capital was planning on selling.
Really?
You're sure?
Positive. There's not a doubt in my mind that it was designed by the same person. Care to give a second opinion on that, Laura?
I'm hardly qualified to weigh in on recent trends. But there do seem to be a number of similarities between this bracelet and the merchant's goods.
Sample my goods.
So the fact that it's here means...
Yeah. It's extremely likely the culprits we're looking for are inside this park.
Sure seems that way to me.
It only opens from the inside. I suppose that leaves us little choice.
Are you going to destroy it?
Will you be able to...
The lock seems quite solid, but my sword should be strong enough to...
Wait. I'll do it. I can get it done more quietly.
Oh?
Really?
What are you going to do?
The same
The
thing.
8 Leaves, One Blade School's 4th form, Autumn Leaf Cutter.
Huh?
Seriously?
Nothing personal, Lock.
Wow! You cut it right in two!
I did, thankfully.
Spectacular. It's an honor bearing witness to one of the skills of the 8 Leaves School.
Thanks, but I'm still more or less a beginner. Anyway, we don't have much time left. Let's head inside and see if we can find them.
Right. We need to find them before the sun starts to set.
Looks like we can still make it after all.
Excellent. Come then, we must make haste.
Pick that door open, bust in there. me save the video game and go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Drink time. Drink time. Cord tangled around leg time. Like a cool, refreshing. Here's the makes a video of Arios using 8 leaves techniques. Yeah, man, how'd you like those chess messages in the final dungeon of Azure, where they're just all heartfelt messages from the Geofront team? Man, I'm super glad. Yeah, except for the one in the Gehenna domain, but I'm so happy for them that NIS decided to work with them for the official releases.
There's tons of little stone monuments in here.
Yeah, what do you think they're supposed to be?
I don't need it.
I
Rest.
imagine they were made by the animists in this province.
Got you right in the fields, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I hit him in the butt.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Right.
Fire. Shoot on that one.
My turn. There. Now's our chance.
An opening!
What else you? No, we can't do anything else. Hit it with the airstrike.
Activate.
This thing might not live anyway, but yeah, it didn't. 999, the
Is
perfect
everyone
amount of
okay?
damage. Man, it's nice I don't have to skirt around talking about Azure things anymore. You still have to skirt around talking about Cold Steel 1 and 2 things, but a big part of my... I don't have to skirt around anything anymore. I don't have to. Oh, it's so nice. Is that a Beetleborg? It is a beetle. It's a big Beetleborg. Look at that. Nas.
The advantage is ours!
Here we go.
Yeah, it's not much you have to scoot around. Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
I can do this.
Bam, 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 bam. You do that.
Focus activate.
My turn! Ta!
My turn.
Huh?
Go.
have a lot of training to do.
Yeah. The real question is, is this the game? I wouldn't stream it if I did, but is this the first Trails game that I jump into New Game Plus and try to platinum? Decide what PS3 JRPG to play? White Knight Chronicles. Don't play White Knight Chronicles.
There! Now's our chance!
An opening!
I can do this.
Time and Eternity. That game. Whew. That's a game.
Arcus activate.
Right.
Like that. White Knight Chronicles, not that good single player. It's okay, but White Knight Chronicles shined in its multiplayer. That's where that game's.
Right.
I mean, I owned that game when it came out. I played through half of the story in the first game, and then played multiplayer for the first game, and the second game I never touched the single player in the second game until I streamed it 3 years ago.
Here we go! Okay, it's safe for now.
I just want my goddamn Dragon's Dogma 2. That's what I want. Capcom, I'm calling you out. Nobody from Capcom's ever gonna see this. But Capcom, I'm calling you out. Give me my Dragon's Dogma 2.
It's a treasure chest.
I have not streamed Dragon's Dogma. I have not streamed any of the 4 copies of Dragon's Dogma that I own. The really unfun version of the Xenosaga combat. It was more like an unfun version of the Final Fantasy XII combat, in my opinion.
There!
It's my
Yeah,
turn.
my stream powers haven't come into effect, that's true. I should stream Dragon's Dogma. Let's do it. Do it right now. Here we go. Dragon's Dogma. Xenoblade. Oh yeah.
You
Xenoblade.
still
Yep.
have a lot of training
I
to
would
do.
agree with that. Yeah. Yep.
This way's a dead end.
Yeah,
There's a
this part
chest
covers a
right
lot
here,
more area
Laura.
than I was expecting.
You're crazy.
Oh, a treasure chest.
This way's a dead end. Oh really? Would you explain this? It's faint. I'll put it on you. You're kind of a healer anyway. Am I watching Dragon's Dogma playthrough? Your Dragon's Dogma is. It's gotta be probably in my top 5 games of all time. My top 5 games of all time is very strange. Well, it's not really strange. It's a lot of fucking RPGs.
The advantage is ours.
Here we go!
Actually, I don't know if I could. I don't think I could pinpoint. I could do a top 10, but I don't think I could do a top 5 favorite games. I really don't think I could. I don't think I could narrow down 5 games from top 5.
There! Now's our chance!
An opening!
It's my turn. Fire! Now!
pick you up. Of course.
There's a little bit of a little bit of a Kingdom Heartsy in that little piano piece. Shimomura-y.
Now!
I'll pick you up.
My turn.
My turn. You still have a lot of training to do.
Great.
I own 4 almost. I'm not gonna lie, there'll probably be a day where I own a 5th copy of Dragon's Dogma.
A challenging foe. We should engage it with care.
Ah! Enough perception. I can't hit it in the butt. That's fine. I'll wait for it to turn around and just get the double advantage, I guess. When they release Dragon's Dogma 2, it'll come with 1, so I'll have a 2nd copy. Yeah.
This looks tough. Careful.
Single advantage.
I can do this.
Well, you gave me a single advantage, but you went and did this.
Huh?
Go. There.
Right.
It doesn't really matter what I hit him with. Let's do this. Petrify, can you be petrified? You can be petrified. Let's hit this one. It's got 2,000 health.
Of course.
That part right there. That part that just played.
Shatter!
I can do this. Arcus activate.
I mean, I still need to own the Switch. I need to own a Switch copy, right? A recent, one of them their 2 games. Maybe I'll add to 5. Like I said, I don't think I can do a top 5. I've played way too many games that I adore to really narrow it down to 5. Top 10, I could probably do a top 10. In no particular order.
Oh, there's a stream here. This seems like a nice spot.
I'm gonna say stream. Fishing. Overanalyze the hell, yeah. Like I said, I could do a top. I could do 10 favorite games,
Now's our chance. We
but
can do
I couldn't
this.
give them an order.
Go.
Asking me to order the games is an impossible task.
There.
I can do this.
It's non-playthrough YouTube vid. Yeah, there we go. I should make a YouTube video going over my 10 favorite games. Bam, 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 bam. It's a long wait.
My turn.
go.
Flash.
Now's our chance.
An opening.
I don't know. I don't think a Persona game would be in my
Your swordsmanship
10
gets
favorite.
better with every battle.
And I've got a way to go to get to your level.
Not bad.
Bomb. Not that I don't like Persona or SMT. I just don't know if I can put them in my 10 faves. Hey, would you... Beetleborgs.
The advantage is ours.
I can do this.
My turn. There. Now's our chance.
An opening.
Oh,
Right.
big damage.
Ha! Evil will fall before my blade.
Nicely done.
Way less impact? Yeah, that's fair. And that's the good thing, that's the great thing about how video games work. It's that you like what you like, you don't like what you don't like. Anybody that tells you that you're wrong is... they're wrong.
The advantage is ours.
Go. There. Go.
An opening.
Right.
Really. Bleh.
My turn.
Put them all to sleep. By all of them, I mean two of them. That's fine. That's cool.
It's my turn.
Yeah, when you already know like
Is everyone okay?
90% of the story for P5R.
I can't sense anyone in this area.
It's a treasure chest.
See, my hardest thing when it comes to like placing games in like a top 5 top 10 list is that it's really hard for me to pick games, like pick one game out of an entire series that I really like. Like, which Yakuza game do I place in my top 10 favorite games of all time? Like, I can't pick one. I can do it more so with like Final Fantasy, because those games are way easier to digest as one-off experiences because they're not really related to one another. But when you get into things like Yakuza, this series would be really hard to pick one game out of this series and place into a favorites list. It's Yakuza 0. See, I don't even think Yakuza 0's... Yakuza 0 is good. It's really, really good. But I don't think it's my favorite Yakuza game.
That looks like a tough one. Be careful.
It's not even a required Yakuza game. Picking an arc makes more sense for Chills. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
It's my turn.
Right.
Do any of you...
My turn.
If I hit you in the butt with anybody, do you get stunned?
Here we go. Watch out.
That's
This
fine.
is a tough one.
It's my turn. Arcus activated.
Here we go.
Yeah, picking an arc I can definitely see being the better way to deal with the Trails games.
There. Now's our chance.
An opening.
My turn.
My turn. Off guard.
Well, this guy's dead.
Go.
Bam, 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 bam.
There.
Right.
Right. Shatter.
I can do this.
Here we go. We'll cut our own path.
Fuck this. Fortuna. Yeah. Okay. Master Quartz are way better in this game than they were in Azure. And partially it's because of how they decided to change arts in general.
It's a treasure chest.
Like getting rid of it being like element combos for skills and making it just so you get the skill from the quartz is a big thing. Yeah. I didn't really like them in Azure. And not that they were like bad, they mechanically they were like nothing, right? It was like one extra quartz that had a couple of extra elements on it and like one like stat buff for the beginning of a fight, typically. I mean, there was a couple that did other things, but yeah, the terms of free strength, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, and they took so long to level too. Like, they took so long to level. You get like, I think I had 2 or 3 at level 5 by the end of the game in Azure. Like, yeah, it really did. And I think that's because of, it seemed like the amount of experience your Master Quartz got was like directly tied to the amount of experience you got from the fight itself. And with the way that Falcom does experience in like all of their games, once you out-level the zone, it was like, well, you're not going to level up your Master Quartz anymore either. I kind of just put one on everybody and just, it's just what they had for the whole
That
game.
looks like a tough one. Be careful.
I went backwards, didn't I? I sure did. I sure as hell did. Hey. I guess I'm getting some extra experience.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
What the heck, little panda bear? Pasa panda. Oh, panda bear.
There.
To really analyze some of these things.
Go!
I'll take you up.
My turn.
You're dead.
Analyzing enemy attack path.
Right.
Bam, 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 bam.
Of course. Huh?
Poor panda.
My turn.
I get to see the panda anywhere else, so
Right. Analyzing enemy attack patterns.
yeah. Detector is not as good as it was.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Tio is just secretly the strongest character in Crossbow. Not even really secretly, but in terms of support stuff, her crafts were insane.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Here we go.
Yeah, except the pure offensive ones, yeah. But again, if you're using the pure offensive ones on Tio, what are you doing?
There.
Right. Fire! Now!
I'll take you up. Right. Ha! My turn.
I can do this. Fire!
My turn.
Of course. Hey! You still have a lot of training to do.
I'm doing it again. The map's gonna get me. It's gonna be my downfall. Oh, look at all those enemies right there. What the hell?
Just how deep does this forest go?
We must be pretty far in now. I'd imagine we're almost there.
Nature Park depths.
The advantage is ours.
My turn. There.
Right!
You're dead.
My turn.
Could have attacked that one.
Of course. Huh?
Right!
Didn't miss.
Go.
That's fine. Bum.
My turn. Huh?
We should keep going.
Oh,
Oh, a treasure chest.
gee, thanks, Elliot. Oh, this is a monster chest, isn't it?
We have nothing to fear.
Go.
I realized it as I was hitting X on it. I was like, wait a minute. I haven't done a monster chest in this game yet.
There. Go.
An opening.
Damn.
Right!
There's another one back there.
Let's go!
Right.
It has 11 health. I don't know what the panda does, but when I hit it. Ow.
Right.
The arena.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Tried. You got fainted and wrecked.
Arcus activated.
My turn.
You're probably gonna die immediately. Oh, nice miss. Nice miss.
Of course.
Oh, I have to relink. Good to know. Do this. He's sleeping. Kill these two. I missed.
I can do this.
That's fine.
Thanks.
God damn it.
Right.
I can do this.
Right. Hey!
All right.
Right. Go.
I'll take you up. Ha!
My turn.
Music is just going. It just goes two ham.
You still have a lot of training to do.
Right.
I've only just.
The music just goes two in sometimes. Heat wave. That's what I wanted. Heat wave. Pretty good. Give me strength and defense. I really need to open more shit. I think that's 10. I could do this. Gain 3 defense. Oh, you have heat wave. You already have a heat wave? What are you doing? What are you doing with this? Hold on, let's do this. For now, I'd rather do this. There we go. Another chest. Now I know what monster chests look like. I don't have to worry about that anymore. What exactly I'm worried about? Nothing really. Just more. I'll be more ready for the fight. I don't know what I'm saying. Words.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Here we go. There.
It's my turn. Fire! Go!
I'll take you up.
Of course. Off guard.
Yeah. Good. Hit them both.
Right.
I mean, he did.
Fire! Now!
I'll take you up.
My turn.
Sure.
There.
My turn.
Nice double kill, Elliot.
We did it.
I did it!
I did it.
The full stat ups on both characters. Imagine if this game had Fire Emblem level ups. Why are there so many mushroom boys?
Oh, treasure chest! Now's our chance. We can do this.
I can do this.
Here we go. There.
Flash.
Now's a chance.
An opening.
Wombo.
My turn.
I should have hit
My
the
turn.
small one. Blame, 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 blame. Well, they're dead.
Right.
This one has 3 health.
My turn. Now's a chance.
An opening.
Hit.
Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
Yeah, I got a long way to go to catch up to you. Blah, blah, blah. I've heard it all before.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Go. Go.
Oh, this one's just
An
dead.
opening.
Alright.
Right.
I like one shots. One shots taste good.
My turn. Hi.
My turn.
Win.
Is everybody okay?
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn. Now's our chance.
An opening.
That's broken.
It's my turn. Now.
I'll take you up.
Of course. Ta!
820 base hit. Okay.
Here we go. Ha.
It's my turn. That takes care of them.
Sure does.
It's a treasure chest.
Golden sphere, huh? Right, huh? Somebody else has that. You have that for your master quartz. Alright.
Oh, hey, there's an orbman charging station.
We must be in the most remote reaches of the park.
Green. Sound like Tim Rogers. Why? See, look how much better Laura is than everybody else. You got like 16 slots open. Frost Edge. But now I'm like, I want to buy things. Cast one. Oh, that's... I need that. Have golden sphere. Look at all this shit that Laura gets because she's cool. Oh, I guess I can put something else here. Heal? Poison? Poison. A little bit more defense. Let's go. Put that. Although I feel like with how quartz are in this one, there's a lot more subtle customization you can do than in the previous games, which is good. Adding slight amounts more character customization in terms of skills and stuff is always good.
There they are.
Not bad for a night's work. And if those idiots don't withdraw that petition, we'll be able to make even more.
Don't get carried away now. We get a reward for all this anyway. We're making out just fine as it is.
Still, who were those guys? The provincial army seemed happy to go out of their way for them.
No idea. But then, I can never figure out what that man's thinking.
What man?
None of our business either. We just need to be ready to abandon this place at a moment's notice.
You're not going anywhere.
What?
Who's there?
Brah, it's a bunch of kids with sharp weapons.
Oh, you're those students from yesterday.
I know I locked the gate.
Yeah,
Don't tell me you broke in.
yeah.
Indeed, we did.
It looks like the stolen goods are all here too.
We caught you red-handed.
But we got guns.
Let's take them out.
They're just kids. They should be no match for us.
These guys have got no problems offing a youngster.
And since we're all alone out here, ain't nobody gonna see a thing.
Hope you're ready for the beating of your lives.
I highly doubt we'll be the ones to endure a beating here today.
As long as we make good use of the Arcus's combat links.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance.
Here we go. Enemy sighted. Take him out. My turn.
Petrify.
There. Now's a chance.
An opening!
Wow.
Of course.
These guys might be dead.
I can do this.
Blind, huh? Can I blind them? They're not.
Let's go.
These are normal chances for sure.
Huh?
Didn't
My
happen.
turn. Analyzing enemy attack patterns.
Analyze
Analysis
this.
complete.
Well, I stole the critical. Well, I guess I'll murder this guy? Yeah. It's 5,000 damage, no big deal.
An opening! Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
And I've got a way to go to get to your level.
I got a way to go to get to your level. Shut up, Reed. Why can't you be more like Lloyd?
Oh. This has got to be some kind of joke. They're kids.
How pitiful. That barely even qualifies as a warm-up.
Well, when you're used to Instructor Sarah's training exercises, warm-ups take on a whole new meaning.
That's very true.
Bottom line, we won. Fair and square. I'd suggest you surrender yourselves and apologize to everyone in the Grand Market for all the trouble you've caused.
See, that right there, when he's like talking a little lower, has that little bit of grumble in his voice. Sounds a lot like Tim Rogers to me.
And we'll be returning those stolen goods to their rightful owners, too.
We would also be very interested to learn who hired you.
You must be out of your damned minds if you really think you've won.
Hmm?
Elliot?
What's wrong?
I don't know. I just thought I heard the sound of a flute.
Uh-oh, it's the Green Power Ranger.
Huh?
What was that?
It sounded like the cry of an enormous beast.
What's happening? It's coming this way.
It was the Green Power Ranger. Roaring baboon.
Help!
A giant baboon?
It's huge!
I believe we're dealing with the ruler of this forest. What would you suggest, Reen?
Well, they may be thieves, but we can't just leave them to die.
I mean,
We're going to have to fight it.
Understood.
All right.
Helios, help us!
of course it's got
This one
ads.
looks strong.
My turn.
Oh yeah, I just use all your shit.
My turn! Analyze an enemy...
Epiphany. Flame Slash. Oh. Yeah.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Go!
I'll take you up!
Of course.
Ow. Also, ow. Do this.
You have my thanks.
Right!
Also do this.
Give it up, everyone!
I should have stole the crit.
I can do
Could have
this.
stole it.
Arcus activate.
Flames, gavel on my blade.
You have my thanks. You have my thanks.
It's my
Alright.
turn. Arcus activate. Ha!
Here we go.
Yeah.
My turn.
Right.
Poison.
You have my thanks.
It's my turn.
You have my thanks.
Thanks.
Nice miss.
Here we go. There. Go.
An opening.
My turn.
No, I can blind it. Probably try to get blind to stick, maybe.
Huh?
Ha!
I can do this. Let's go.
My turn. There. Go.
An opening.
Huh?
There we go.
Right. Ta!
Give it up, everyone.
Right?
Go. There. Now's our chance.
An opening.
It's my turn.
What are you weak to? Air. And fire. Have that.
Arcus activate. Huh?
Burning.
Right. Shatter. Now.
Go.
Defense down is good. Ow.
It's my turn. Let's go.
My turn. Arcus activate.
Huh?
Ha!
Right. Ta!
I can do this.
Hmm.
Let's go.
It's fine. Wait, didn't get him? Oh, it moved. Oh, it hit him back just enough to.
Arcus
Fuck everything
activate.
up.
Ha!
Right.
It's fine.
Shatter. Now.
Go.
I can do this. Arcus activate. Huh?
Behold.
Okay, we'll just kill him with S-Crafts. And I win. Winner, winner, me. I'm the winner.
We'll cut our own path.
Elisa, you're like 2 experience from leveling up.
I did it!
All right! Not bad.
Congrats, you killed a giant baboon.
That was kind of terrifying.
You invaded his territory and killed him.
I thought we were done for.
Just like the monsters that we are.
Still, at least we were able to defeat it. Reen, what was that skill you just performed?
Oh, it was something I've been working on for a while. This was the first chance I had to put it through its paces, though. I definitely feel like I'm getting the hang of it now.
I see.
You really are amazing, Reen.
Yeah, you're always there to help us when we need it most.
No, that's not true. There's really only so much I can do on my own. We wouldn't have been able to defeat that thing if we hadn't all been working together as a team. This was a victory for Group A as a whole.
Well said.
Indeed.
Unbelievable. What are these kids even doing here? Bastard. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Who are you talking about?
What?
Uh-oh.
It seems we have some unwelcome guests.
There they are!
And they're not alone.
Put your hands in the air!
Don't try to resist.
Why are you surrounding us and not them?
Keep your mouth shut!
Don't think we're gonna go easy on you just because you're students.
Looks like all your hard work was for nothing, huh? Sucks to be you.
Sucks to be you.
They're not even trying to hide their involvement.
Utterly shameless.
You're jumping to an awful lot of conclusions. I see two groups of people and a collection of stolen goods, but no indication of which group is responsible. Do you have any way to prove that the four of you aren't the perpetrators?
What?
Do you intend to frame us?
This is preposterous!
I'm just telling you that you need to mind your own business and learn your place. The Kreuzin province is the territory of Duke Alvarea. And I will not have a gaggle of bratty students poking their noses where they don't belong.
Wow.
You will back down now, or we'll be more than happy to arrest you right here and drag you to Berea City, kicking and screaming.
Damn.
This is ridiculous.
I'm afraid you'll be doing no such thing.
What?
Who's there? Oh!
It's... the Railway Military Police.
Railway Military Police?
Yeah, the RMP.
Not the RMP.
They're supposed to be the most elite unit in the whole of the Imperial Army.
Icy Maiden.
The Icy Maiden.
Why has one of the Chancellor's dogs come here?
What is the meaning of this? This area is under the jurisdiction of the Kreuzin Provincial Army. The Imperial Army has no right to intervene.
With all due respect, Keldic is a major interchange station in our railway network. So in point of fact, we have every right to investigate any incidents that occur in this general vicinity. As I'm sure you well know. And in accordance with our investigation thus far, after having questioned all those connected to the incident, we have concluded that it is impossible for any of these students to be guilty of these crimes. Do you wish to contest this judgment?
I suppose not.
Well then, may I suggest you leave us to do our jobs? The RMP will take responsibility for returning all of the stolen goods to their rightful owners as well.
Men, withdraw! We're returning to Keldic.
Yes, sir.
Understood, sir. You've got to be kidding me!
We had a deal.
Take them into custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Bam, bam.
Oh, crap.
We're totally boned.
There's no point in resisting.
You're coming with us.
Run away.
Damned Ironblood dog.
Whoa.
She's really pretty.
Is she really part of the RMP?
Thank you all very much for your assistance.
Player?
My name is Captain Claire Revelt of the Railway Military Police. We're a division of the Imperial Army.
Player?
And you are the visiting students from Thor's Military Academy, are you not? I'll need to file a report about what happened here. So would the four of you mind accompanying me?
Until your guards also become corrupt. Into your 8. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I may be good, but I'm not that good.
Oh! Instructor?
I was wondering when you'd show up.
It's been a while, Sarah.
That it has. 6 months, give or take? Honestly, I had no idea you RMP folks were gonna get involved with this. I suppose you had everything that was happening here figured out all along.
And she's an iron, but did not have the impact it should have, yeah.
You overestimate my abilities. I did receive a report that suggested there might be trouble here, but that's it.
Oh, from your brother, I take it. Nothing gets past you lot.
We're just trying to make sure we're prepared to deal with any problems that might arise. But I'm sorry to say I don't have any more time to catch up with you right now.
Yeah. I have a feeling that there's a number of things like that in this game that don't really like detract from the overall thing. You're just gonna seem like an ass, yeah.
I wish all the best to you and the rest of Class 7.
Ah.
Watch it with the full picture, yeah. I'm really curious to see what happens in Cold Steel 2, just because I was really surprised when you were finishing Cold Steel 2 and you're like, I just remember you were like, all right, I'm in the finale of Cold Steel 2, and then like 2 days later when you were still in the finale of Cold Steel 2, you're like, okay, I have to play the crossbow games now. You're like, I just have to. Jeez. I just remember, I remember it pretty well because you were like, I'm in the finale of Cold Steel 2, and then like,
She's asleep again.
and then like 3 days later, you're like, I'm still playing Cold Steel 2.
You don't think she's faking it, do you?
Nope. Judging by her breathing, I believe she really is asleep.
Well, it sounds like Group B turned out to be a complete disaster. If she had to deal with them, then come back here on the same day, I'll bet she's totally spent.
Yeah, good point. Anyone would be exhausted trying to sort that out.
It's hard to imagine her actually working hard, though, considering her usual attitude.
It does seem as though she's genuinely looking out for us, however.
So, this is how our first field study trip comes to an end, huh? I think I might have an idea now as to why we're here, though.
I had the same thought. Testing the Arcus is clearly a big reason for coming here, but it's not the only reason. I think it has more to do with making sure we see everything that's going on with our own eyes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Learning more about places in Erebonia we've only read about in books. And getting to see the issues occurring in those regions firsthand, just like in Celtic.
I don't hate. That's not the right word, but it's funny to me how Elliot is like, those two sentences from Elliot is just like, Elliot is the player.
Indeed. And just as we thought and acted swiftly in the face of crisis this time, so too may we be called upon to do so again. These field studies may aim to test and cultivate those skills in preparation for our futures.
Exactly. Add to that good judgment, decisiveness, and general conduct. And I'd say we have a pretty clear picture as to why we're out in the field. Basically, we're training everywhere we go.
Well, you're about half right.
Instructor.
Yeah.
I was so certain you were sound asleep.
What can I say? I can nod off and back on again in the blink of an eye. It's what I do. As you rightly noted, having first-hand knowledge of the areas to which you might be deployed is of tremendous importance. As is the ability to make swift, accurate judgments and solve problems with or without orders. Developing all these skills to their fullest is definitely a major part of why you're undertaking these field studies.
Just as I thought.
It's an interesting approach, but honestly, I've never heard of any other military academy trying it.
You say we're only half right, however. Which begs the question, what's the rest of the story?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, not at all. I was just thinking about what we did during our field study and why we were doing it. The whole concept seems eerily similar to the MO of bracers.
Now that you mention it...
Reen's voice sometimes, it just goes like, I don't know if it's me, it might just be me, but sometimes it just goes full Tim Rogers sounding.
The Bracer Guild prides itself
And I know
on
I've said this like
protecting
3
civilians
times,
over
but
all else.
I
So
can't
it seems
unhear
an
it.
unusual source of inspiration for a military academy. But the tasks we were given in Celtic do seem to align themselves quite well with the Bracer's basic philosophy.
Yeah, I guess so. Their emblem depicts a supporting gauntlet, and that's pretty much exactly what we've been for these people. Bracers still have branches all over the continent, but you hardly ever see them in Erebonia anymore.
Well, you got me. Which means...
How are we ever supposed to take her seriously when she says things like that, then conspicuously falls asleep?
Well, whether or not we did in fact get her, it still seems like bracers are somehow related to our activities here.
Not that Instructor Sarah is likely to come clean about our involvement anytime soon. I suppose until she does, all we can do is prepare ourselves in body and mind for our next field study.
Yeah.
Is there something else bothering you?
Oh, no. It's just... Well, we've been in the same class for a month now. And this whole time I've been kind of keeping you in the dark.
What do you mean?
You aren't referring to the issue regarding your swordsmanship, I take it?
No, it's not that. It's something I've been hiding from you all this time. Regarding my social class.
What?
Are you saying your family...
Yeah, I dodged the question when Machias asked. But technically, I come from a family of nobles. My hometown is Ymir, in the northern mountains. I'm the son of its ruler, Baron Schwarzer.
You're from Ymir?
Schwarzer. Now that you mention it, I have heard the name before. An honorable family, closely tied with the imperial family themselves, despite being headed by a mere baron.
I never would have imagined you might be the son of a noble too.
I wouldn't have expected you to. I don't act like one. My dad and mom are both quite easygoing individuals. They don't behave like your typical nobles at all. And technically, since I was adopted, I don't have any actual noble blood running through me. I'm upper class in name only.
So, you...
Sounds like you've got your own issues to deal with, just like the rest of us, huh?
I don't think of it as a big deal, and I don't want you to think of it as one either. I just didn't want to keep it a secret any longer. After everything we've been through these past few days, I owe you guys that much. I mean, you're all going to be a major part of my life from here on out. It's only fair to share as much as I can with you, right?
I don't know what to say.
You consider us to be major parts of your life?
Honestly, has anyone... Just be sure you reveal your true identity to the others when we get back, too.
Ugh, I hate when I accidentally hit a button.
I intend to.
Double taps.
Youth. Still, even discounting the strangely perfect timing of the railway military police, that ruler of the forest they ran into in the nature park. Seems to be a harbinger of something big happening behind the scenes.
If only you knew, Sarah. I mean, I don't know what's going on in Erebonia right now, but... I know what's going on in Crossbell right about now. Ah, not man. Ah, man.
I must admit, I wasn't expecting the Icy Maiden to show up when she did.
Masked Man? We got Man and Masked Man.
We may need to adjust our plans to compensate for this interference.
How dare Masked Man come in, hang out with Man?
That won't be necessary.
Oh, he's bespectacled,
This was
man.
not a significant setback. If anything,
Spectacled.
it provided an unexpected bonus.
Spectacles. What is the saying? I don't remember. Freaking Austin Powers.
Giving us a valuable glimpse into the means through which the RMP and Intelligence Division coordinate their efforts. With both organizations posing
Spectacles,
sizable
Spectacles,
threats to
wallet,
our
and watch.
operation,
That's what it is.
that information alone makes this all worthwhile.
That's what it was. Knew it was something like that.
A valid point.
Oh, what's the masked man gonna do?
Proceed as planned, then.
Of course.
Of course.
I need to stop saying things.
The tyrant must yet face the merciless hammer of judgment.
You don't leave home with all those. Oh, I'm the one to typically leave with only 3 of those things. I'll let you decide which 3 they are.
Yes. May his lofty ambitions be crushed to dust and swept away.
Chapter 1 end. I beat a chapter.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you. Drinks are on me someday.
Someday.
Good showing, everyone.
I got an A. We're gonna pass this class with flying colors. Level up. Finishing blow. Level up. Yeah. I don't like that the second option in this menu is delete save data. Why is that a thing? Why is it? Why'd you even put this here, Falco? Why? We're in May now? May. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's been like a whole nother month. You're gonna be all caught up to
Late May.
Azure.
The lino flowers that painted Trista's spring fields had faded, replaced by lush greenery and a refreshing breeze. With the trials of last month's field study behind us, we found ourselves caught up once more in the bustle of school life.
Nice bike.
Both our combat training and academic studies continued to become more and more demanding. But May also heralded the beginning of specialist classes more befitting a military academy.
Uh-oh. Join a club yet, Reen? I didn't. I just realized something that I didn't really check for, but whatever. Fine.
The Orbital Revolution 50 years ago changed the way wars were fought forever.
Okay, Liquid Snake.
There are a number of reasons for this fundamental change, but 4 factors in particular that I would argue to be the most important. The first is the invention of orbital guns, cannons, and other weaponry.
That's 100%. What's his name? Cam Clark, 100%. Tell me anything else otherwise, and then you're a liar.
The increased accuracy of these weapons, as well as their ease of maintenance and manufacture, instantly rendered all other firearms obsolete.
I've heard Cam Clark's voice way too much in my life to not be able to pinpoint it.
The second factor is the associated mechanization of the military. Orbital technology led to the formation of armored divisions made up of tanks and armored cars. The impact this new kind of tactical unit had on the battlefield, with its enhanced offense, defense, and mobility, cannot be overstated. The third factor is the invention of airships. Warships that rely on the gravity manipulation ability of a flight field to remain in the air simply did not exist before the revolution. The sudden addition of a whole new dimension to war, the sky, made countless new strategies viable that were previously unimaginable.
Unimaginable.
And the last factor is the creation of an entirely new practical science, which may be the biggest, most important change of all. Without orbital technology, such a concept would scarcely even have been conceivable, but now we'd be virtually crippled without it.
Own CDA.
Can you tell the class what that new scientific breakthrough was?
Hold on, I'm trying to read the chalkboard, but I can't understand any of it. One of these two. I'm gonna say communications. Just because I'm having flashbacks to all the times in the other Trails games where communication was down and everybody panicked. Higher tapping and jamming, of course. Whoa. Yeah.
Why did Lady Laura have to be placed in a class like that? I was truly looking forward to studying alongside her.
Is that girl next to her not the one who scored the highest on the entrance exam?
Talking to the Jaegers, yeah.
I believe so, though I also hear she's a mere commoner.
Especially with everything that happened in Azure with the Orlando family.
There's something about that silvered hair girl that I find oddly soothing. I wonder if she'd let me stroke her hair if I were to ask nicely.
What?
That's quite enough, idle chatter.
Oh, I don't like you, Ferris.
We are members of Class 1. We are above such droll behavior. As well, we cannot allow ourselves to be bettered by that rabble, even in something as insignificant as the culinary arts.
Of course not. I'm so accustomed to our chef doing all of the cooking, however, that I must admit I'm finding this all rather challenging.
Could they make it a little less obvious they're talking about us? I mean, seriously.
It stands to reason they'd be curious about our class. It's hard to blame them for that, at least.
It's really funny, and this is another thing too, like, knowing how just, like, how much of a freaking goofball Marisha Ray seems to be in, like, real life. It's always funny to me when she plays these, like, really serious characters.
I think you've whisked that plenty already.
I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of using an orbital computer.
Likewise. I was lost at first, but it's slowly beginning to make more sense.
Well, it is cutting-edge technology here in Erebonia, so I think most people are confused until they've gotten used to it. Machias and Usus both picked it up surprisingly quickly, though.
Yeah, but academics are their thing. And I'm pretty sure Machias has been interested in computers for a while, too.
Usus also seems to get the hang of things far quicker than most people, even if he's not interested in them at all. Which probably just adds insult to injury for Machias.
You dude, they're using Xbox Series X's for their computer.
I'll bet. I hear they were really butting heads during last month's field study.
They were. At one point, things almost took a violent turn.
This is why they're so hard to get. It's because the school bought all the Xbox Series X's for their computer
We were
lab.
able to hold them back, but I don't think we could have kept them under control for long if Instructor Sarah hadn't arrived.
We really need to do something about them, but I have no idea what.
I don't either, but you're right. This has gone on for way too long as it is. It needs to stop.
Rain Schwarzer.
Huh? Isn't he from Class 1?
Patrick, is it?
That is correct.
Patrick High Arms.
My full name is Patrick T. Higharms.
Wow, it's pronounced the way that I thought it would be.
I don't believe I need to say anything more than that.
What?
So, you're from the High Arms family.
Are they prestigious?
About as prestigious as they come. The High Armsies are one of the 4 great houses.
Arms.
Though they're slightly lower in rank than the Albareas.
I said High Arms, fully expecting it to be Yarms.
I'm sorry. I meant no offense.
It doesn't matter. I didn't come here to talk to commoners or foreigners. I came to bring gladsome tidings to you, Rain Schwarzer.
Patrick, we're not friends. Get out of here.
I am generously extending you welcome to make use of the accommodations on the 3rd floor of the Student Union building.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
You mean...
The 3rd floor?
That's where the Nobles Salon is, right?
Oh, the salon.
Your father may be a mere baron, but that still makes you a noble.
He'd be a mere baron.
And though you've had the misfortune of sharing a class with this riffraff, I have decided to use my good name as a member of the High Arms family to afford you the privilege of joining us. I do hope you appreciate it.
Shine, sparkle, sparkle.
Well... How can I turn him down politely?
This hardly strikes me as the best place to be recruiting new members.
Usus.
Usus Albarea?
I wasn't aware the 3rd son of the High Arms family counted playing factions among his hobbies. If you wished for company in the salon, should you not have come to me first?
You? You've been invited countless times. You simply choose not to come.
The only thing I like about Usus is his pants.
Despite there being no shortage of second years practically begging for your company.
I have no interest.
Suit yourself then. But you, Schwarzer, make sure you think long and hard about this. If you care about your future,
Giant Sparkle
you need
Sparkle.
to start thinking about the connections you're making and the sides you're taking.
He's certainly not shy.
No, he's not. I wasn't sure how to turn him down either. Thanks for stepping in, Eustace.
I wasn't trying to help you. But I did cause you some trouble during last month's field study, so...
You did?
No, that's all.
Last month's field study? Is he...
Yeah, I think he means the run-in we had with the Provincial Army.
Oh.
Ah, so he feels partially responsible for his family's actions then. He must have been looking for a way to apologize to you.
I guess he has a nice side after all.
Oh no, Machias is mad. Oh, whatever will I do? Oh. The other jerkwad in the class is mad. Oh no. Next weekend. Another field study, huh? Sick. Midterms. The amount of times I've said something only for Elliot to pretty much repeat almost exactly what I've said is already way too high in this playthrough. Book smarts like that are well beyond me. Thanks, Sarah.
All rise. Bow.
Well, I'll see you later, Reen.
See ya, Elliot.
Later.
Oh, are you two going to club activities today?
Yeah, I am. Did you want to have dinner together later?
Did you just ask Reen out on a date, Elliot?
We've been eating in the cafeteria an awful lot lately, so maybe we could go to the cafe in Trista today for a change of scenery?
Sounds good to me. You want to just meet up in the entrance hall later?
Sure.
See you then.
Oh, hi, Elisa. Are you off to club practice too?
Oh, no, not today.
Yeah, he's the dense one, yeah.
What is
That's
it?
another thing
Is there
that at
something
least
you wanted to ask me?
the Trails writers really like to do is to have a pretty dense male main character.
It's nothing. I'll see you later.
What was that all about?
Did you do something else to upset her?
Not that I'm aware of. Although, I suppose it's possible I did something wrong without even realizing it. Knowing her.
I was speaking in jest, I assure you.
I mean, that's kind of all just kind of just been a Telcom thing. I mean, it's not like adults ever really understood what's going on at any given time, let alone with women.
Are you planning on going into the old schoolhouse again tomorrow?
Adol is the kind of guy who makes a girl fall in love with him and then he immediately leaves forever.
Yeah. The principal did ask me to keep an eye on it, so I thought I'd make time for a quick look inside.
All right. Please let me know when you're planning to begin the expedition, if you would. I have club activities tomorrow, but as far as I'm concerned, the old schoolhouse takes priority.
Thanks. I'll let you know.
Excellent. I'll see you tomorrow then.
You're in the chess club, aren't you, Machias?
A nerd.
Or are you planning on studying in the library?
Since when was it any of your business what I choose to do
Oh
after
boy,
class?
oh boy, oh boy. Jerkwad Machias is all mad that he found out that Reen's a noble.
No, I just...
Oh boy.
Have I done something to upset you?
This is why you're a bench warmer at best, Machias.
Not especially. It's actually my fault for being deceived so easily in the first place.
Oh. Let's just say I haven't got a drop of noble blood in my veins.
I mean, he wasn't wrong.
So I guess we're all on equal standing here. I'm really sorry. I wasn't trying to deceive you. I just...
Save your breath. Whether you're a noble or not is beside the point. The bottom line is you lied to me, and I simply cannot trust those who lie.
He didn't lie, Machias. You're just being an asshole for no reason.
That's all there is to it.
I'm sorry.
Now please, think nothing of it.
Oh, am I intruding?
Clearly, there's nobody else in the room, Emma. Come on.
Oh, no, not at all. Did you need something?
I accidentally left one of my textbooks in my desk, so I came back to fetch it. Ah, here it is.
What subject?
Take a look.
Intermediate mathematics for dummies.
Studying hard as always, I see. Except, wait.
The name of the textbook plus the piano music.
Intermediate? Isn't that part of the Sunday school curriculum? Seems a bit basic for you.
Oh, it's not for me. I promised to help Fee with her math studies. I found this at a bookshop in town and thought it might be of some use to her.
Ah, okay.
Which reminds me, I should really be going. I'm sure she's waiting for me by now. I'll see you later, Reen.
I still don't know where you girls have pockets on the skirts, but
Take care.
if all you girls want to say you got pockets in your skirts, sure.
And don't worry.
Huh?
I'm sure Machias doesn't hate you or anything. If you can find some way of making him realize how you feel, I'm sure he'll understand. It's just getting through to him that might be tough.
Yeah. I just have to keep at it. If Emma believes I can make it work, then I'll believe it too. I should probably also get going. Maybe I'll wander around the academy grounds for a while before returning to the dorm.
There's something I want to check that I just thought of now that I want to check. It doesn't tell me. Okay. Unaffiliated. Who the heck? Alright, hold on. I gotta be right back real quick. Whoa. All right. Okay. What are you doing? You're creepy. Should've snapped a pic. Yeah, you're creepy. To raid the shops on our next free day? Oh boy. Have fun. Have fun storming the shops. Mint? Is it because your hair is green? Hugo. Oh. Hugo and Becky. Hey, Becky, I talked to your family. Bridget. Bridget. Uh-huh. Margarita's gone. That's no surprise. I already talked to you. Paulette. How long is it going to take you to do this horse? It's been like 2 months. Bam, bam, bam. Still locked, huh? Going up. Couple Lisa. Bam, 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 bam. Nothing. Margarita. Fell down the stairs. Fall down the stairs. The Guided Fate Paradox? I don't even know what that game is. Guided Fate Paradox. What is this? What is this? Man, NIS puts out a lot of games, and some of them I just... Oh, it's a Disgaea spinoff. Okay. That's fair. That seems like a cool game. I mean, Disgaea always seemed cool, just... I never really got... I played like one Disgaea game. I mean, it kind of looks like one from the screenshots, but... A fine game and a crushing disappointment. Wow. Oh, I see. I think I see. It looks like a strategy RPG from still screenshots. I see. I see. It's one of those types of games. It's like a mystery dungeon game. What it looks like anyway. I don't know if that's actually what it is. Yeah, let me look at the freaking trailer. BGR Undertow. I wonder if Burst reviewed it. Yeah, let me see. I doubt that this is Burst's review, but it'd be funny if it is. Let me see gameplay. Oh yeah, it's like a mystery dungeon game. Alright. That seems cool. Should really get that Sheeran the Wanderer remake, reboot, remaster, whatever thing that came out a while ago. Yo, what's up, Liquid Snake? Eternal Sonata, man, I need to play Eternal Sonata on PS3 sometime. I really like that game, but I haven't played it now in a long ass time, and I played the 360 version. I feel like I have to sneeze. Oh, okay, so this is the guy that I bring all the peculiar dishes to. To an annoying puzzle. I want to play the PS3 version because it's got way more content than the 360 version did, and it's rebalanced. Yeah, I don't really want to hang out with Useless either, so. Use a ground bait. Fishing.
What even is this?
It's a crawfish, dude. Wait, actual JRPG. I've still been craving some like Mondo jank Western RPG. All right. I've been craving some just Mondo jank Western RPG. I'll have to like dig out my copy of Two Worlds or something. The most jank of jank. Monica. JRPG, yeah. I feel like in Dark Souls' case, Dark Souls is a Western RPG made by a Japanese development team. It's like a Japanese developer take on a Western RPG. Same with like Dragon's Dogma. I feel like defining a Japanese RPG as an RPG made in Japan is not what the actual genre of, like, technically yes, an RPG made in Japan is a JRPG, but what do you call something like Child of Light then? Or, you know, any of the other tons and tons of JRPGs made in the West that I can't think of right now. Ghost Locker Room. Oh, the Ghost Locker Room. Do it, Reen. Most Westerners, yeah. I mean, there's only like, what? There's like one really big Western RPG, like Western RPG developer in the West anymore. Horses. This is in the writing club. Wow. Larian. See, Larian, I wouldn't consider Larian games Western RPGs though. I would consider Larian games CRPGs, which is completely different. That's the thing, is that like, yeah, they're again RPGs made in the West, but I feel like Western RPGs as a genre is completely different than talking about development location. I wouldn't consider anything that Larian has made a Western RPG. Like the 2 Divinity games and Baldur's Gate 3, I would not consider them Western RPGs in my definition of what a Western RPG is. Yeah, they are typically CRPGs, yeah. A subset of Western, yeah. It's one of those weird things where like Western RPGs and Japanese RPGs have basically 2 definitions. Whereas one definition is obviously where the game was developed. An RPG in the West or an RPG in Japan. But the other definition is an entire genre. Nothing to do here. Let's go back to the door. Andromeda? Yeah, I'm thinking way more Western jank than Andromeda.
Hey there, first year.
Way more Western jank than Andromeda. I'm thinking like 2 Worlds, Gothic, Risen.
Oh, it's you. I'm not going to play along with your scams this time, so you might as well be on your way.
I wasn't trying to hustle you before, honest.
Some Euro jank, some Western Euro jank.
Did you figure out how I did it though?
I'm not saying they're bad games. I'm saying that they're jank. If you know anything about me, the jankier the game, the more I like it.
If you really want your 50 mirror back, I'll be happy to hand it over. But wouldn't you rather feel like you earned it? Come on, what do you say?
I mean, I played 2 Worlds on the 360 for way too much. And I kind of want to play it again.
There had to have been a trick to it. Some form of sleight of hand. Something that wasn't as it seemed.
I also really want to play 2 Human.
If I had to guess, I'd say the crux of this illusion was...
Yeah. No. Bag at his feet because it fell between his hands. I watched that shit. And I was mad that it didn't let me pick that.
Of course. I'm pretty sure he had a bag at his feet.
For PS3 copy, Risen? Yeah. Is it Gothic? I think Gothic's the one that they're doing a remake of, right? I could look in my Steam library. What one are they doing a remake of? Library. What is it? Is it Gothic or is it Risen? It's Gothic. Gothic they're doing a remake of. Of a budget Fable,
You threw
yeah.
the coin in the air, but let it fall instead of trying to catch it.
That's what 2 Worlds reminded me of, like a super budget Elder Scrolls game.
You let it fall right into the open bag lying in wait for it at your feet. Am I right?
Yeah, not bad. Well, I wasn't expecting you to figure it out so quickly.
So I was right.
2 Worlds, the game that you can beat in 3 minutes.
Yep, spot on. And a promise is a promise, so here's your 50 mirror sorry. I've only got 10 mirror on me.
It's fine.
Play Risen.
It's only 50 Mira. You can keep it.
Oh, really? Well, that's mighty generous.
I've never played Risen. I've played some Gothic, and Two Worlds, but never played Risen.
Hey! Stop trying to leech money off innocent first years, you louse.
Oh crap, it's the she-devil.
What?
Everything about that series is kind of... Risen not so much, but the Gothic series is kind of confusing because it's been made by a whole bunch of different people.
Oh, it looks like it's powered by orbital energy. Wait, I've seen this girl somewhere before.
You're Reen, I take it. I've been hearing all about you from Toa and George. Sounds like you pulled off some pretty amazing stuff in your field study last month.
Yeah, we're pretty cool.
I'm surprised you know my name, actually. I didn't think I'd been doing anything worthy of such attention. Guess I should still officially introduce myself, though. I'm Reen Schwarzer. It's nice to meet you.
Same.
Same, Urine Schwarzer too. You have the same name. Oh, it's Angelica. Angelica Rogner?
I'm Angelica. Angelica Rogner. Glad I could finally make your acquaintance.
Rogner? As in Marquis Rogner? Head of one of the 4 great houses?
Same reaction every time, I swear. Yeah, I'm his unworthy daughter. But he doesn't really want to have anything to do with me since I go around dressed like this.
I think it's less how you dress and more how you behave. Where are you going on that bike at this hour anyway?
Oh, George finally finished tuning the Orbital engine. So I figured I'd give it a run to the capital and back and see how it holds up.
Sure must be nice not to have a care in the world.
Look who's talking.
Isn't a 360 exclusive? Let's see. It might have been 360 and PC. Let's see. Yep, 360 and Windows only. No PS3 copy.
So you do ride it like a bike. Wow.
He just went out and recorded an actual motorcycle.
Well, catch you later. I'm thinking of putting in a request for you sometime. If I do, I'd sure appreciate a swift response.
Huh. Lost for words? That's a little something George put together a while back. He calls it an orbital bike. Pretty cool, huh?
is. It's kind of like a steel horse. I'm guessing you can't buy those in any shops?
Let's go with my Xbox One. It probably is. Here, I can look. Wow, is that one of the very few games that's not backwards compatible?
Nah. The Ruhr Institute of Technology started putting that one together as part of a test. Then George finished it off.
Xbox 360 games. A to Z. Actually, do Z to A. 200 games per page, please. This Origin.
Jellica put up the money for the parts herself. Oh, but Toa and I helped out too.
Why am I on like the Indian Xbox website? How does this even happen?
Sounds like it must have been a pretty challenging project.
There's so many backwards compatible games. Get out of here.
Are you on good terms with Toa and George then?
Toa and George?
Angelica said she'd heard all about me from them. Maybe you had a little something to do with that too?
Well, we're all from different classes, but we've kind of stuck together for a while now. Come to think of it, I never did introduce myself, did I?
Yeah, Risen is not backwards compatible.
Name's Crow Armbrust, second year, class 5. I'm sure I'll catch you around again.
Wow. Bro, you're so cool.
Later.
So, his name's Crow, huh? Angelica's the daughter of Marquis Rogner. Toa's the student council president. George is head of the engineering club. It seems like every second year I meet is somebody important.
Chapter 2. Sick. Yeah, it's like, it's one of like the 80 games that's not backwards compatible. Hey, he's got a radio too. Where'd you get that radio, Elliot? Oh, yeah, right, Machias. Right, Machias. What else is here? Is it on Steam? I think it's on Steam. Let me check real quick. I mean, it should be. Bam, 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 store. Risen. Yeah, it's on. I own it. When did I buy this game? It is $10 on Steam. How long have I owned Risen on Steam? Have I even ever played it? No. August 1st, 2014. Also own Risen 2. August 4th, 2014. There must have been a bundle. Trying to remember members of nobility. Yeah. I'm gonna do the Eurojank series playthrough. I can play all the Gothics, the Risens, the Elex, whatever the hell it's pronounced. 2 Worlds. Too Human. Still never played Too Human. I've only ever heard things about Too Human. You're called Outward. It's also Greedfall, which was like a PS Plus game a while back. Outward. Oh yeah, this game. It's weird that there's like split screen in these screenshots. Prime Matter franchise. Yeah, I think this game is more of a survival game, maybe. Sounds like it's got a lot of survival game elements to it. I would review a survival RPG that has no respect for your time. Sounds good. It would probably be cool if it didn't have a bunch of survival elements in it. Survival elements. There's not very many survival games that I enjoy, and the ones that I do are few and far in between. Drive towards improving ourselves. We'll just have to dig out the old 2 Worlds. I don't know if 2 Worlds is back compat on Xbox One. That would be, oh my, what if that's the first game I play on the Series X? It's fucking 2 Worlds. Oh god. Now I gotta see if this is backwards compatible. Oh, Carnage loves the Outward game. I could see that. Seems like a Code Carnage kind of game. Xbox 360 games. A to Z. 200 games per page, please. Oh, not A to Z. I need Z to A. Damn it. Z to A. Already in the T's. That's a good sign. Darn, it doesn't look like Two Worlds is backwards compatible. Two Human is. Two Human is also free. I don't know why Two Human is free. I don't know what happened there, but something happened there. Darn. How much is Two Worlds on Steam? Do I own it already? I do not. $10 for the Epic Edition. It's got mostly positive reviews. What? There's some good reviews for Two Worlds 1. I'm surprised it has mostly positive reviews. What are you doing, Reen? Fade. Plot is a train wreck, moving the characters like eating sand, and the menus are made of construction paper glued to your screen. 22 hours on record, would recommend. Holy shit. That's funny as hell. Oh my god. I think I've talked to everybody that I can talk to. I don't really want to dig the 360 back out to play Two Worlds, but might have to. Oh, it's the next day, the Sunday. Book delivery. Substitute tutor. Lower class dorms. Old schoolhouse mystery tutor. Alright. Alright, let's get started. Woo! Who can I hang out with? Hang out with Emma. Bro. He's all happy and cheerful. Oh, look, it's the one that I missed. Holy shit. Silver chain prevents poison. Prevents petrify. Might be wanting those things, maybe. Sweet cookie. Take that. You can just run it in compatibility mode. You should be fine. If you buy it from Steam, it should take care of everything for you. Otherwise, there's just compatibility mode. Compatibility is easy. You just right click and change compatibility. It shouldn't really matter though. It's not gonna matter. Man, I really hope that someday soon I can get over this cold thing. Is that? Oh, it's Sarah, isn't it? Alright. Maybe I'll hang out with Emma and Sarah. Lost the order I received from the academy. Tisk tisk, dude. Neon Gothic 1 through 3. Oh man. Give me that. Holy crap. Study materials. Sure. Like Risen, it is. Gothic is what they made before Risen. So it's like the Risen precursor. Color support. That I do not know. It has been a long time since I played at least the first Gothic. I think Gothic 2 and 3 probably have controller support, but the first one I have no idea. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Full controller support. That's not what I wanted. Well, it's listed as having full controller support. Oh wait, no, that's the remake. Goddamn remake. They have the same exact logo. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it does or not. Uh-oh. Clap hands. Yeah, that's true. No, hand holding. Hand touching. Not even hand holding, just hand touching. How dare they? Hey, what are you doing here? Chilling. That's what she's doing. Hey. What did you into a petty thief? And because it's principle. If I don't do all of these menial side tasks, then the game wouldn't be as long. And you always have to do all of the side quests that you find. Not ones that you look up. I don't do that. But the ones that are presented and I accidentally stumble upon, I have to do all of them. All of the time. See? Get it? Good. Yeah, don't look stuff up because I can't read. Look, Mojave, Mohaba. Yes, the tavern. Oh, so close. Mohaba. Margaritas with the senoritas. Hey, teacher. Senoriates. Very flattering. Flatter this. Bam, bam, bam. Wow, 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 ooh, wow, ee. Literature club. Bam, ba, ba, bam. I'm allowed in here. I'm allowed in here. Somebody on the rooftop? What the hell? books. In-depth look at several of the mysteries surrounding the War of the Lions. Oh. Whoa. There's nobody up here to talk. Oh, there's somebody up here to talk to. Uh-oh. Who are you? What are you doing on the roof? Oh, you're smoking. That's what you're doing on the roof. Reading all of my teacherly responsibilities, couldn't you tell? Doing just enough work to keep me from being fired. Try it out sometime. What's left? Four. Not here. Is that the dorms? I guess it's Sarah's, huh? My room and this is my beer. I'm not seeing the problem. Empire's hottest spots. It's a magazine I used the Academy's money to buy. For field studies. Adults' needs. Wow, thanks for the bait. Hey. Old Klein. Be able to make it today? I'm collapsing. Was that working? Get shot south from these dorms. Boy named Emil. Horrible science. Meow. Yeah, probably, but I'm gonna do something else instead. Fencing club, riding club, cross club, swimming club. Where was the fishing club? Boys locker room, training hall. Whoa. Shooting range. Got a fishing club in school, yeah, right? I don't remember what building it was in. Obviously, it was not this building. It wasn't in here either. Literature club. There it is, the fishing club. He's not here. Damn it, Kenneth. Why can't I use ground bait, huh? Where's my ground bait? I'm here to teach your kid something. Take me to his room. Oh, this is the kid whose outfit I made fun of earlier. Textbook ready, good. Revolution. $50? It was Epstein. Library, get that crap out of here. Give me easy answer. Woo Baby. Why's that kid got a book called Woo Baby? What kind of book is that? Goods. Weapons, right? Frankfurt. Locks and cameras. The perks of playing 5 games before this game. I get to know the answers to questions that probably don't mean anything. $1,000. Sick. I never told that guy that I delivered the books, did I? No, I did. Did I? Did I? I don't. My brain is... Alright, yeah. Who do I want to hang out with? Gaius or Sarah? Not Crow. We're gonna go with, Sarah. The Reen Bean Machine? Yeah. It's all about. I wish. And then not to say what's really on their mind, you have to listen for it. Point reply. You're right. Gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp. She's gulping. Sounded pretty wrong. All right. Old schoolhouse. Want to save just in case there's like a really long cutscene, but I want to get in, at least be inside. Should basically share it. Yeah, it's true. It is true. Try calling anyone I can count on. 4 members. Yeah. If I can pick. I'm I mean, I'm gonna go with my Celtic group, I guess. And then Gaius can come and support. Woo. Weird going on here. More fiends would appear. There's a chance to test my metal against them. Organize the party. Yeah. Swap them with a reserve companion using R1 and the D-pad. Cool. Kind of FF10-ish. Everybody else is fine. I think we're good. Elevator room. What the? Last month, none of this was. Doing in her spare time as well. She much anything like this. Maybe someone sneaked inside and did this? No.
My turn.
Right.
Here we go.
Alright. I'm done. I am done. Tomorrow, first thing, I get to dive deep into the school dungeon in the elevator room. That's it. But for today, I'm done. That's it. No more. Done arena. Sick.